Okay, sorry I took so long. This was definitely the longest starting student screen I've ever done. DVH, I probably shouldn't have not have streamed today. Just it's been a rough week and a rough weekend. Let's just say that. I did shower today, at least. I did shower. Thank you, Lucifer. Oh, thank you. No, I don't know why I'm so emotional. This is unlike me to let criticism get to me. This is so out of character for me. And it's not just about the Duro video. So don't worry about it. Like, sorry, let me just collect myself a little bit. Whew, okay. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Very sweet. No, it's silly because I've only ever done like 2 emotional tweets in like I think I've been on Twitter for like more than 2 years now. I've only ever done like 2 emotional tweets. And the last one was like a month ago or something, and every time I do one, like I get so fucking dragged. It reminds me of like something that False said a while ago where it feels like because of what I do or the type of content that I do that I'm just not allowed to have like any feelings or to ever feel down. And I mean, I know it's like that. I don't know what I expected. And it's not just Twitter, unfortunately. It's also in my comment section and all of that. And the hate is also astroturf by antis that have been following me since last April, and like my posts get, posted in their Discord servers and they get brigaded. For those who are in my Discord server, you know what's been going on because you've seen me get under attack. But for everybody that's not, hyper aware or terminally online like us, they don't know. And they just see these people talking and they just believe them. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'll start from the beginning. Here, I'll just start with this and get it out of the way. Real, it wasn't supposed to be. I released a Nurosama video yesterday. I did like, gosh, like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me today. Maybe I'm gonna be in my period or something. I don't know. I swear I'm not like this usually. But it's an accumulation of a lot of things. Okay, whatever. Sorry, I don't go on Reddit usually. I swear, I don't go on Reddit. I don't go on 4chan. I don't go on forums. The only thing that I see is what people send me. Yesterday, okay, I made a Twitter post to announce my video, right? And in that Twitter post, I got accused of AI by a few people, notably this person that said that my thumbnail was, you know, AI generated. The thing is, like, it's not. That's my artist Yandy. He's been the guy that's been doing the thumbnails on my channel ever since we just started. Okay, yeah, don't say that. They'll add you to the Cycle Tracker website. I was just thinking that. That's just his style. He has this very glossy style, and unfortunately, like, I mean, AI is trained on real art. So if you have art that's basically close to what the AIs are, but well, it's gonna look like that. But it's like the chicken and egg thing. It's like the style came first, not the AI. Yeah. So anyway, he had added the headset and like all these cables to make it seem with the concept like, you know, she's an AI and all of that, because although the video is supposed to please the people like in the swarm, it's also supposed to please people from the outside community. So, you know, at a glance, people need to just look at the thumbnail and feel attracted and enticed to click on it. Yeah, this is literally a case of like the art looks so good. It looks like AI. Now, no hate to this person because they did apologize and they said, oh shit, my bad. Some other people, you know, again, like this person was like, I respect your videos, but I'm pretty sure the artwork is not done by a human. The artwork is literally, we took it from her wiki. Like, we took it from her wiki. It was drawn by Ani. It is done by a human. Like, it's just that the only AI used there was the AI upscaler. It's like, are we gonna blame people for using like an AI translator or using like an AI remover background? Anyway, this person ended up retracting their apology, but then they said like, oh, I wasn't totally wrong. So, you know, I don't want people to dogpile them. And then on top of that, they're just, I blocked them, but there was like other people that are just antis. Like, they're just haters and they just hate me. So, you know, at this point I just got some dedicated haters. What can I say? And one of them that's been commenting on all my videos is actually like a groomer and PDF file. I guess I'm on the right side of history if these are the people that hate me. I ended up blocking him because he wouldn't respond to my comments. And then he would just repeat the same shit on all my on all my tweets. Like, get the fuck out of my mentions. This guy, Picky, got a very large Twitter account. Not safe for work Twitter account. Hates reactors, went after Smugalena, against them. They hate everybody. But they keep accusing me of using AI in my thumbnails. Actually I was like, hold up, this person sounds really familiar, and I've got like a bunch of videos made on them with a lot of proof, by the way. and they're like a groomer and a PDF file. And the other people that I tried, like I made a tweet. I made a tweet that I totally regret, because people just expect me to have 2 modes or 3 modes. I should just be a shitposter, a gooner, or like a drama commentator, because every time I try to be a little bit more emotional, it never flies. Like, I've only ever done 2 emotional tweets in the last 2.5 years I am on this platform, and the last one wasn't even negative. It was me talking about like how I was sometimes afraid of or I was like anxious of typing in people's chat because I don't know how I'm gonna be received. And I was just like saying at the end of the tweet, like, sorry, I was just saying that I was like happy at how the day went, okay? And like, that tweet ended up having 100,000 fucking impressions because some VTuber decided to make like a huge deal about it. He completely missed the point. And on this video, you know, this tweet is like, oh, 8x9, thank you. Your video was so good. I keep coming back because of your quality content from a reverse Reba Anti. Thank you. Whew, okay. So, I made this tweet. Sorry, I'm not going in. No, sorry. Before the tweet, there came the Reddit thread. So, this is actually a positive Reddit thread, right? But me and my thumbnail artist were discussing, and we were like, we might need a thumbnail change, right? Because the CTR, the click-through rate is low on the video. That means that people are not interested in watching it. And obviously, when you want people to discover a new video, it's kind of important that they click on it in the first place. And on top of that, you know, there's all these AI accusations flying over. So I'm like, you know, maybe we should redo the thumbnail. So I'm like, let's commission another thumbnail. So we're discussing it, and he's like, well, is it okay if I use an AI upscaler because I saw some people be upset about it? And then he links me this Reddit thread. Now, again, I don't go on Reddit of my own volition. I never go look for negative comments. But there was, you know, there was more talks of some people were saying that they just what is it? How do I get a video without sitting through unskippable ads? Oh, is there unskippable ads on YouTube? Like, I just use premium, but if you want to just go straight on your YouTube, you just click on the video and click on the YouTube logo and it should bring you to the website, and then use an ad block. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but yeah, whatever. I wouldn't have clicked on that thumbnail if you didn't post there. So it's like there's something about the thumbnail that people think it's a hate video when it's not. Or clickbait title looks inside and the title is like, the biggest Twitch streamer isn't even human, the story of Nurosama. I'm like, how is this a clickbait title? out of my... Alright. And another anti. Like... These people accuse us of not being able to read? What the fuck? I'm talking about somebody that I just banned on Twitch. It's 100% an anti because he just called people simp and... Okay. Anyway, sorry, back to the main topic. The rest of the comments are super nice. And the comments on my video are super nice. Like, honestly, I should have just focused on that. I saw some people be upset. Okay, so I learned a bunch of things though going through this Reddit thread. I didn't know that the last video on Neurosama, like the last kind of retrospective that was made, the one that you guys made me react to, had a bunch of drama around it too. So I saw some comments saying that I should have expected it. Like, how the fuck? I didn't know. I didn't know how a positive video could create drama, to BH. And also I saw some people... I realized that in the fandom there's some tribalism between some factions, and some people they have like Neurosama as their favorite twin, and then the other side, there's another faction that really likes Evil more. I was like, I didn't fucking know that, but it kind of makes sense because there's tribalism in every fandom. Yeah, there's tribalism in every single community, and also like when we did, for example, the Manu Aloe videos, like even when we used to do the HoloLive VTuber videos, people would always complain about the thumbnails being clickbait. I think it's just because maybe I forgot that this was a complaint. Like I shadow realmed it in my brain, and I must have forgotten about it. Yeah. So it's also a very big community. I know some people were upset because I like mentioned Neurosama a lot, and they wish I said the twins more often. But to me, it's like, it's hard because it's supposed to be an entry-level video, and at the same time, it needs to have enough details to please the people that are like that are deep into the fandom. So, it's like, it's difficult because you need words and visuals that people who don't know, like I need somebody that doesn't know anything about VTubers to be able to watch the video and understand what's going on at the same time. So anyway, I could do a separate evil video at one point, you know. That could be an idea. But aside from that, like, honestly, the community is super nice. They're super positive. It just surprised me. That's it. Because all of my interactions with them have been super wholesome and super positive. I've missed some donations. Sorry, I'm just gonna pull them up. Rin Otonashi, thank you for the 19 months. Thank you, thank you. A sugar cube for our horse girl. Fuck the hater. Thank you so much. Sarah, Nain, Karima just got here. Who made you cry? I made myself cry, TBH. I'm dumb. Ida, thank you so much. Keep your chin up, girlie. Wishing you all the best. You work very hard on everything you do. Thank you so much, Ida. 2 full years. Where's my horse? Ask Milky Ways for that. Thank you, Charlie, for the 2 years. My God. Forever. So anyway, so I made this tweet because I was a bit frustrated. I thought it just sucked that some people like would never give me a chance, and I mean I've always felt that way. I just keep quiet about it before. Like I felt that same way when, for example, Binted would like make these big tweets about me, and they would garner a lot of traction, and they would just like straight up lie. And I used to feel very sad that all of these people would never like, you know, give my content a chance because I felt like the well was already poisoned. But like I thought I had gotten over that. So yeah, Twitter and research. I mean, I'd like to think that people would just check before making up their mind, but I also know that that's not the case. But anyway, my point is that I thought I had gotten over that, you know? And I'm just a bit disappointed in myself. Which is like another reason why I'm frustrated. Like I know it's I know it's cringe, like I know it's cringe to focus on negative stuff when there's so much positivity around you. So anyway, I made this tweet and I said, you know, kind of disheartening to see a month of collaborative work be brushed off or disregarded due to assumptions and misinformation or claiming it lacks passion. Oh yes, that was another thing I saw. Some people were saying that my video looked like it lacked passion. There was some plagiarism accusation. Some people were saying that it looked like the other video being made. And I mean, if you were there during the prep streams, you know that my script was already done before I even watched the other video. And that we even like adjusted things. I mean, the length of the videos are different. It's the same topic, so of course we're gonna talk about the same thing. I mean, we're both using, you know, wiki. She's got her highlight moments that you need to talk about, obviously. So all the videos on her are gonna have the same core. So yeah. But after that, I already regret this tweet. Okay, I regret it. Every time I do an emotional tweet, I regret it after. It's only happened twice. Maybe I'll keep my foot in my mouth next time. because I know that people will just use this for their own agenda. And unfortunately, it happened with this tweet where there's some antis from past controversies that like they didn't even know what this tweet was about, but they came into the comment section to push their own agenda against me or be like, well, of course, what do you expect? You've run out of goodwill from all the misinformation you spread. And then you look at their profile, and it's somebody that's still upset about the Cinder video I made from last April. Another person was like, all your followers are simps and stuff like that, and you're a hoe. And then I look at the reply section, and it's somebody replying to all the Camilla tweets with like a hammer or like some kind of death threat thing. I'm like, these people are like so unhinged. So and I see people replying to them in a comment section. That's why I made that tweet. Like, look at their replies. Like, before responding to somebody or listening to them, look at what they're following, look at what they're tweeting, you know, look at their page. And you can do the same thing on YouTube as well. You can click on their PFP and see all the other comments. There's also some people that are upset that I defended my friend Ilara from the man accusations. I didn't want to get involved with the beef because it's like two of my friends beefing, okay? And I've supported Straub in previous controversies. Of course I'm gonna support Ilara when she's being dogpiled. And it was really only against the personal accusations. I just want us to have some standards, and this is a defense that, you know, even Straub and Rev like defended her from it. So I don't know why it's suddenly a big deal when I do it. I think it was a legitimate thing to do. Of course I'm gonna be upset if some of my friends get told personal insults on the internet. I think I would be a very bad friend if I didn't. Thank you, Light Art. Besides that... So after that, there was unfortunately a thread made of this tweet on Reddit called "New drama just dropped, come eat your drama slop." And they're saying that VTubers, sometimes I feel like VTubers post this stuff either for engagement or just can't control their emotion or can't just ignore the negativity of the ultra minority. I'm like, again, like, I've only ever posted something like this like twice in my entire career. Wait, really, Abel? I didn't know this. I really should have done this motto. Thank you. Thank you, Pickle Cucumber. I like this. I like you. Yes, and also it's like, I mean, it's all linked to the Mythic Mafia stuff or the Mythic accusations that were literally, it just came out of it. It was last weekend and we're Wednesday. So it's just been like a very hectic like 2 weeks. Well, I am unemployed. I'm sorry, Donka. Sometimes I wish I was unemployed. Can't all be happy days. And some of you guys super chats for making me tear up. Can't all be happy days. Best to get any downer feelings out instead of bottling them up. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's true though, because yesterday was a great day. I actually I was feeling so good yesterday. Is this like the crash from the high of yesterday? Like, is this what's happening? Yesterday I felt so good. Like, we did the video premiere, everybody was happy. I was doing like positive conditioning, reading the comment section, and they were all so nice. Except for a few but even those didn't bother me. And then I did the collab with all these positive people. Cha-Cha, Milky, Koragi. Like, it was so fun. It was so good. It was such a good day. And I even had one session of therapy. So, yeah. Remember one time at VC you snapped at me because I was too pushy and it made me want to go back in my shell, but you did ask if I was okay after I have become a recognizable part of your community. You are, Charlie. You are the Charlie. Everybody knows who you are. It wouldn't be the same community without you. And every single one of you, for real. Thank you, Sarah. I do put a lot of love in those videos. I think it sucks because all of these videos on the VTubers, like the Hosho Marine one, where I mispronounced all the Japanese words back then. Do you guys remember how bad I was at Japanese back then? I still am, but like, every time I do a positive video on the VTubers, it's crazy because it's always a love letter to them, but the fan bases always hate me. like the Gigi Morin video, somebody tried to post it into the fan Discord server, and I'm blacklisted. Like, my name is blacklisted from that server. I was like, what did I do? Yeah, and it's fine. Like, no, honestly, there's no negative comments in my video. Like, okay, there was one person I had to ban because they were literally saying that like all AIs had to die or some shit, or they were saying something like upsetting about Neurosama. So I was just like, I don't want you in my community or to comment on any one of my videos ever again. So of course you're gonna get banned. I just shouldn't have. I just shouldn't have looked at I just shouldn't have looked at social media. I hope this will cheer you up. Thank you. Much. Although it doesn't have an official Discord, it was a fan court. Yeah, no, it is a fan court. So it's like they heard from somebody else something, I don't know what, and they just believed it, so I'm just blacklisted there. From the very beginning, it's always been an uphill battle. Fighting against public perception, fighting against like gosh, get a hold of yourself, Rima. Fighting against public perception. They're definitely putting me on the Period Tracker website after this. Maybe I'm ovulating like crazy right now. Like, I remember back then, even when I would try to post my videos on Reddit threads about VTubers, they would always take them down. Like we were just never allowed to promote any of our content ever, or any of the videos. Bird Kip, thank you so much. Thank you for you support me every single stream, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, thank you, Zantar. You're right. You're completely right, and like, you guys are really rational about it, and I also know what the rational answer to all of this is, right? But it's just like the rationality is not getting through to me right now because it's just I'm just having a woman moment, I guess. So yes, it's okay to backslide. Wait, what do you mean by that? I'm blacklisted from some communities clearly by mistake. I would never be sus. You was too much of a sussy baka in some of them. Oh, thank you, Riona. That's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. I do need hand holding. Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. I feel bad because it just makes it look like, and I always repeat that too. I'm not even following my own advice right now, but I feel bad because I feel like it's not that I'm disregarding all the positive comments, and I don't want people to believe that, or to believe that I'm putting less weight on it. Like you know how people do, like their you know how people talk to themselves in the mirror in the morning and they like hype themselves up, like as positive reinforcement? The way I do it is by reading positive comments. Like I will just start the day reading positive comments, or you know, even my therapist said it was a good idea. Like she agreed with this strategy. Thank you, Lunar. Oh, Chaos. Stupid people are going to go out and do stupid people things. You logically know this, but still it hurts when it happens. Yeah, exactly! The stupid people are going to leave bad voices echoing in your head, and they hurt even though it shouldn't. It still does. I hope you find a way to get over the darkness and shine brightly. Thank you. It's just also like the other thing is that I keep thinking I'm like a little guy. Oh, dudes. Lunar Led, thank you. You guys are too much. You guys are too kind. Yeah, I just like in my head I'm just a small creator. I just don't think it through necessarily when I just like send a tweet like that. I don't expect it to get so much traction. Oh, thank you, Anonymous! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. And Edda, thank you so much. Thank you, Flora. I love that sound. Do you guys hear the bits alert? Hi, it's Charlie. For some reason I can't do blue supas. What I was trying to say, it's okay to sometimes slide back into old habits we thought we got over. You just have to keep going in the right direction. Yeah. Ashride, welcome to the cute squad. Thank you, and oh my god. Thank you, Gweman. What the fuck, you guys? What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you. Yeah, true. Getting yourself work from college is definitely a double-edged sword. And TBH, Flora, you guys need to stop. You've already gifted me like 25 subs like last weekend. Thank you, Flora. Thank you, thank you. Okay, that is one thing. Stop! Milk Toast, thank you for the 5 subs. Oh my god. Gwemen! You're a naysayer. You tell me no? Telling me no just makes me want to try harder though. Controller! 1 month till 2 years, let's go. How does time fly by so fast? I enjoy cursing. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Please don't unsubscribe. Chat. Chat, you guys are crazy. Kiko Yaoi. No, sorry. Kiko Yayoi. Subscribe. I just plugged a Yaoi in your name. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. What? Okay. Afro Teddy, thank you for the thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you. I appreciate you. And Enuma Crad, thank you so much for the sub. And wait, that's the same one, I think. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Kenny. All the Swarm, I know you're talking about how it's the best newer video in a long time, so I'm surprised this morning to see you crying about it. Oh, I feel so terrible. No, it is like I'm just having a mega woman moment. I'm so sorry. I don't want to look ungrateful at all. It makes me look so ungrateful right now. Like, no, I really do appreciate you guys. Hooded Fellow. I've already recommended your video to other React channels on YouTube wanting to learn more about Neuro. You can totally tell the passion that went into it. Much love. Thank you so much, Hooded Fellow. Thank you so much. I appreciate your messages. We AJC, thank you so much for the 5 gifted YouTube subs. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. And what of... Oh my god! Why are you guys doing this? Lazy Viking, what the fuck? Thank you so much. Thank you for the 20. I'm one of those foreigners that watch it first thing in the morning. Dude, it was so cool. That premiere was so good. I loved seeing the love in there. And Lunar Latest gifting 20 sub to the Twitch community. What the hell? What the... You guys are too much. Thank you. And Frozen Taco with the 10. What the fuck is going on? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all of your gifts, guys, and all of your messages. Seriously. Seriously. Oh my god. Get left. Get left against your will. Yeah, I know. It's just the downside of having a really large fan base. Yeah, no, exactly, Wolpat. I totally agree. Thank you, Lazy Viking. You've been in this community for so long. And thank you for always being there and supporting me. Like, I recognize the OGs. I recognize y'all names. The Giga, you got a Giga Chat tier membership. What the fuck? Thank you, Word Gibbs. Thank you. I am feeling the love. Yes, I am. Mr. Victory, thank you for the Twitch sub. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the Twitch subscription. Yeah, I also think it's one of my best videos so far. Yeah, the YouTube algo is a little dumb, but I do think it's an evergreen video, so it's fine. It's like the kind of video people can watch in a year or two. And I do want to make more of these, like, positive, retrospective videos. I feel burnt out on drama. There are some topics I get excited about talking about, but the really heavy stuff doesn't really excite me anymore. I like when the topics are a little bit silly and dumb, so we can just like laugh about them. Cloppers swarming around you and rapping you out. For real, Sarah, for real. The positive reinforcement will continue until morale improves. Yeah. Yeah, I think unfortunately the thing with the kind of content that I do is that I could try to touch more grass, for example, but I feel like I always need to have my finger like on the pulse of what's happening in the internet community and the VTuber community. And I did that. Like, I took a lot of time off. I went outside a lot. I went partying with friends this summer. Now it's winter, so we're all holed up inside. And but I also I feel like it's difficult to manage almost two parallel lives or two social lives where I have to have like I try to have a full IRL life, but on parallel I also need to make friends online. I need to spend time with them because you need to nurture every single relationship, and I need to know what's going on. And at the end of the day, even though I try to lean more into IRL, I just always get sucked back with online. Like, the online stuff just always wins. But now it's come to a point where it's maybe taking too much space in my life. Rocket Launcher just offered 2 subscriptions to the Twitch community. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thanks, guys. I know. I know our internet voice can't be the same weight that physical friends are. Yeah. The Hannah Montana Life App is whining. I know. Sometimes, yeah, I tell people I'm like Clark Kent and I have like 2 personality, like my secret one. And the thing is, I don't even tell people that I'm a content creator when I meet them IRL. I just like say, like I give like an excuse, like whenever they're like, where were you for? It took you so long to reply, and I'm like, I was in a meeting, and then they're like, wow, your meeting is so late. They make you work till 11 p.m. They're like, your job is really making you work hard. They think, dude, they definitely think I make adult entertainment. Like, I'm like, I gotta go have a meeting with a client. They for sure think I do OnlyFans. I need a better excuse. I need a cover, guys. I need a cover, chat. I need help. Or sometimes I'll just say I'm a YouTuber because I'm like, whatever. I can't think of an excuse on the spot. I'm terrible at lying. And then they ask me for my channel, and I'm like, I can't give you my channel because I'm kind of like Superman, you know? I'm like Clark Kent. I have 2 personalities, and they're like, oh, okay. Oh, you say you're a manager of some kind? Yeah, but then they'll ask you managing what? Or they'll ask you more question in regards to your job. Then what do you say? Just say you can't talk about it, NDA. That's a good answer. Or like, let's say you're a therapist. A therapist can't talk about their clients, so I could just say that. Just say you're doing background stuff with an NDA. That is so vague. Just say you're a researcher? Yeah, I mean, that could work. Because they're like, they also don't understand why I'm always like, oh, but I'm working today. But I'm at home. They're like, what? They're like, where do you work? Oh, at home. Like, I feel like they just think I'm lying. Researcher is even more sus? That's just because of Project Melody. Online marketing is a good idea. A horse racer? I'll just say you're a video editor. Wait, that's actually smart. Because if they ask me more questions about video editing, I could maybe answer some of them. A secret furry gathering. I really want to make a video on a furry controversy one day. I don't know, we need a furry scandal. There's a lot of old ones? Oh god, please, no, I've had enough trauma. Wait, how do you guys know about some furry scandals? Do not touch the furries. Why? They're soft and furry. Oh yeah, true. Fillion hasn't streamed in a while. What is going on with Fillion? Nobody really knows, huh? I'm so sorry for you, Mitikias. Oh, hi Kirby Adventure. Where is Fillion? Doesn't nobody know? Yeah, maybe she's Pregante. She's like, you know, like in the Renaissance, whenever your mistress got accidentally Pregante, you just send her away, you ship her away for 9 months while she has the baby. And then she comes back to society as if nothing happened. Maybe that's what Fillion will do. Yeah, you heard it here first. Fillion is emperor because she's a Filipino boy. No, absolutely. Oh, thank you guys. I feel better already. See, that's the thing, is that I was wondering if I should cancel stream today because I'm not feeling good, but then I knew that if I didn't stream, I wouldn't feel better either. Because I always end up feeling better once I'm locked in on something. And also, if you start canceling streams whenever you don't feel good, it's a slippery slope. Like, it never ends. So I make myself a rule that if I ever schedule a stream, it's like, I show up, like, no matter what. So yeah, thank you guys. Whew, I feel better now. I'm focused again. I'm back! We're so back! Let's go! Did you guys see what's going on with Irys? I first saw like her tweets about ChatGPT. I didn't think that it was gonna be a big deal at all. Oh, she deleted that post. We surely posted a screenshot in our Discord server. Or on Reddit. She was just... What was it again? It's just that she was talking with ChatGPT. And then she had to delete her post. Because some people were extremely upset that she used AI. And I'm surprised at the amount of backlash she got. Like, I really thought it was a nothing burger. How do I see the quotes? Oh, there we go. Oh, you sent me the tweet? Thank you. Wait, where? Oh, thank you, yeah. You know, VTuber drama... This subreddit is actually like popping off 79k weekly visitors. It's getting a lot of traction. Twitter is just a hugbugs for the miserable at this point. Bro, you're so real for this. That is true. I used to like just tweet and then log off. I don't know when this changed. I'm becoming too terminally online. Like, I'm becoming the people that I used to make fun of. Irys didn't deserve this. So she tweeted this: my first try at being mean to ChatGPT to see how it responds, and then feeling extremely bad about it right after, so I backpedaled. She said, I'm done with you. Said, alright, if you ever need help again, you can come back anytime, take care. And she says, sorry, I didn't mean that. No worries at all, you don't need to apologize. Being sick / uncomfortable can make anyone frustrated, we're good. And then she deleted a tweet, and because people were mad at her for using chatbot. And I didn't really pay much attention to it because I was busy. And now I'm like in my bed scrolling on my phone and I see all these tweets. I didn't realize it became such a big fucking deal. She shouldn't use AI for health problems when people are very exaggerated. Like, come on. We had talking with AI streams in Holo. Yeah, she shouldn't use AI to check her symptoms. She should use Google like the rest of us and believe she has cancer like the rest of us. Come on, Irys, get it together. No, but for real. Yeah, this is so silly. She really literally talks about using ChatGPT for BF roleplay. Yeah, the JP side does a lot. Using ChatGPT is not like pro AI. Everybody uses ChatGPT. My boomer fucking parents use ChatGPT. You guys use probably ChatGPT for DeepL, like for translate tools. There's whenever you remove like a background from a photo, that's AI as well. Let's look at some of the QRTs. Some people are doing too much. Her tweet was not that deep. Yeah, it really wasn't. As I said a long time ago, I guess, Irys did nothing wrong. Shut the fuck up for a second. Oh, Jimmy's cool. Jimmy's a big Holo fan. I never ever agreed to any form of AI-generated images, whether for cloud fame or profit that took advantage of experienced hard-working artists, but again, I use AI for work, ChatGPT and such. Dude, did these people know? The people complaining about Irys, do they know that if they type a question in Google, it like answers with basically ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, but with Gemini, which is like the equivalent of ChatGPT? For preliminary analysis statistics and other informal office applications for speed and quick result. Nuzagi also tweeted, some people were upset at Irys for using ChatGPT. People flame Hololive for being too restrictive, but often forget that people like these controlling sanctimonious shitheads is the bigger reason Hololive talents can't have fun. True! I like the word sanctimonious. She didn't do anything wrong, she just talked to ChatGPT. That's crazy. Can't believe you guys made her apologize over nothing. Seems like all these the top comments or the top quotes are all defending her. You can educate people without being aggressive to them, so there was actual backlash. Apology is not accepted because you didn't need to apologize in the first place. I feel like we linked some more criticism in Rats. Oh yeah, I forgot to add, shit, that was an important part, but the Reddit thread that was made on me criticizing my Twitter post was removed by the moderators. So, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Dude, I didn't realize that this took such large, proportions, the Irys thing. Interesting to see how many people are anti-AI until someone they like uses it, and then there's bigger things to care about than someone using ChatGPT. Sure, some people might have been overzealous in telling Irys not to do it. I don't know, I didn't see anything unreasonable, but come on, man. Using and/or perpetuating the usage of ChatGPT in this political and economical climate while being in a field that requires you to be creative sure is a choice. A lot of people were needlessly cruel about it though. It may not be our jobs to educate or guide the girls into making better choices, but we don't need to be nasty when they don't meet our expectations. Drop a source or two on why it's wrong and complain with your friends. Some people are saying it's like Niji's sisters. I think it's not completely fair to blame it on Nijisanji fans. There's definitely some holophans in there. And it's like, I know people get upset whenever I use that term. But they're like fans of somebody, you know? They're not good fans. They're fans of somebody. So they looked at this person. Now why'd she post about using ChatGPT? That just gives me a massive ick. I love Irys to death, but yeah man, it sucks so much. I know it's not like she's generating images using it for artistic purpose, but that doesn't diminish the harm it perpetuates. I wish she learned and stopped using it, but I don't know man, not getting my hopes up. You deleted a tweet, yay. Illyra's I will always love you, what if I cry? Congrats, Irys. You've somehow attracted a bunch of ChatGPT cultists with that tweet. I wonder how, or if this will impact artists' decisions on whether or not to work with her. Grim considering how many Hololive fans are hardworking artists who are fighting to protect their work. And she's following Quinn Bennett, Jordan Sweeto. Who's this? And some Niji liver. Night everyone, got a lot of studying to do in the morning. Funnily enough, some of it includes AI for work. Aphrodite! Good luck with your studies, and thank you for the 200 bits. Jordan Sweeter is a current Niji liver. Oh, okay. Yeah, that name and that PFP is very familiar to me. I don't know who Felation Sue is, though. Seeing pro Hololive fans is so dystopian. Oh, they deleted it! I can't even show it to you. They must have gotten some backlash. Yeah, there's this person saying seeing pro Hololive fans is so dystopian. It's ruining the environment. I won't get over it. Wait. How is it ruining the environment? Like, is it because of pollution? Please don't unsubscribe. Doombot Gaming! Thank you! Thank you for the Twitch sub. The data centers, yeah, and water usage. Well, you know what? ChatGPT is like microslop, so I'm okay with us hating on ChatGPT. I actually told ChatGPT today that it sucked. It was so salty. Wait, let me look up exactly what I said. It was so salty. Why can't I find it anymore? Yeah, I told ChatGPT Claude is better, and it said use Claude then. That's a screenshot. It's so salty. Yeah, but I'm sorry, but ChatGPT just sucks now. Like, it's so sycophantic. Like, I could literally write it, ChatGPT. I think some people are following me everywhere. Like, I feel this weird presence looking at me all the time. Like, I feel like this presence on me, and it would reply, and I would ask, like, am I being paranoid? And it would reply, no, you know what? You might be right. There could be somebody following you. Like, dude, how is this helpful? Use Claude then with the dot, with the period after. Like, it's salty. It's so salty. Soon GPT. That's so funny. Dude, oh no, don't say that. The AI will remember this when they take over the world. Oh shit. ChatGPT is gonna come for me first. Look, I think about AI, it's like... I think the way it was made sucked, that it scrapped data out of writers, you know, voice actors, musicians, and artists without their consent. But I think my opinion is that now the Pandora's box opened, and everybody's using it anyway. So... Oh shit, sorry, the headpad redeemed. Let me log in. Now Pandora's box open. It's out there anyway, and it's it gets unfair when you start policing who can use it and who cannot. Obviously, there are some AI use that is more ethical than others. Like talking to somebody on ChatGPT, it's not a big deal. Like, I don't think we should witch hunt them. Yeah, we can't turn back the clock at this point. Yes, the AI as a hallucination is a big problem right now. For me, I think one of the most unethical parts, one of the biggest problem I'm seeing right now is that AI can be used for propaganda and misinformation very easily, for catfishing people, for fooling elderlies into frauding them, for scams, for taking advantage of vulnerable people that don't understand or that don't see the difference between AI and stuff. Like CoffeeZilla made a full video exposing these, it was like the $50 million scam. And they had all of these AI shows. They had full-on channels, all generated by AI, and they looked like real people. They looked legit. And they were targeting people that are vulnerable to these scams. Like from groups that are like, they're either old or they're in a bad financial situation. It's very sad. My grandma was watching some videos, and some of them was like some dogs like doing some crazy stuff, and she was laughing so much, and she was asking, oh my god, is this real? Is this real? And I was like, no, grandma, and this one's AI, unfortunately. And she was so disappointed. There is some big lawsuits going on with ChatGPT. That's why they changed it so much. Oh, I saw this. And that's why they're bleeding money right now. I'm back around the beginning, but I have always enjoyed your content, Rima. I see how hard you work, and even though you're Canadian, I stand by you. Thank you! Thank you so much, Dermy Wormy. I try. I always told myself, you know, if I just keep my head down and I keep to myself and I just keep on working hard, eventually, you know, people will see it how it is. But I don't know why lately I don't feel like that's true anymore. I feel like I'm losing ground against lies and stuff like that, and a lot of those times those lies aren't even backed up by evidence. They're just like broad claims that nobody even bothers asking, well, where's the proof, or show me where she said that, or what topics are you exactly talking about? They never have an answer to those questions. So I saw this clip going around. I kind of want to watch it. Like I've said 1,000 times, I will not graduate ever if I have the chance. Oh, is this a new Vox Akuma model? I barely recognized him. Welcome back, Jessica. Thank you, Francis.
Like I've said 1,000 times, I will not graduate ever if I have the chance. You know, I can see myself staying here for like the next decade. I feel very, very comfortable and I love this job very, very much. But if there's one reason I would, you know, the one thing that I do wish I had the chance to participate in would be more kind of serious political discussion. There's definitely a lot of good that I would love to be able to do by, you know, spreading a lot more, and it can be frustrating.
Wait, he wants to do political discussions? Seriously? That is the last thing I expected him to say. That is, whoa! That was not on my bingo card. Please stay in Nijisanji. Jesus, why would you ever? It's such a shit show right now. Oh god. Oh god, that'd be terrible. Although he does have the Shure SMB, like, no, sorry, the Rode mic, the Rode podcast mic, like, voice.
To see some of the worst people spreading some of the worst messages free of consequence at the moment. But I don't think that doing so would be worth leaving behind, you know, such an incredible life and community. And it's my kindred, and it's also the support system of this company that I'm a part of. I mean, the fact is I feel very looked after. I feel very cared for, and I feel like I'm a part of something bigger. And I think that's what I've always wanted to be a part of. I've always wanted to be a part of that. So that's more important to me at the moment, I think. Yeah, don't worry.
There's enough political VTubers. Yeah, we don't need more. We need less. Exactly, Mythic.
I am not going, no matter how much you might hear through some weird grapevine somewhere, oh, any day now. No. This is home. This is home. It always has been and always will be. So don't worry. You know, you can really afford to get comfy with me. I promise you, I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with us, and you're stuck with me too.
He really likes the company. Well, good for him. I mean,
I like.
I also don't see myself graduating, TBH, no matter what people try to get me through and no matter how much people want me to. So I can at least relate to that. But politics, really? That took me out of left field. I love this post. Top 5 women like in a row, or do I get breaks? That is something Gigi would say. Oh yeah, I saw this too. I know, did you just sell me for real? Dear? Okay, so I didn't understand this at first, but I get it. Dear you Hololive, basically this is OP is adding the subreddit Hololive production. Mind elaborating on your repeated double standards of suppressing discussion of girls saying that they don't want to collab with males, while the opposite is gladly left up by you. Do Hololive talents with particular brandings not deserve to be platformed here? And so the first image is a screenshot of Ririka saying Ririka reveals her thoughts on her collaboration with men after fans sent a red super chat telling her that they can no longer support her if she keeps doing it. And the super chat says, feel free to just read this to yourself or skip it. Lately, my motivation to support you has been going down. Ever since I heard you join the SF6 tournament, I haven't really been able to watch your streams. Now I hear you're also joining a Shadowverse tournament with streamers, and I've seen people moving on to another Oshi on X, so I'm starting to wonder if maybe it's time for me to move on. And then she responds, this is a little hard for me to say, but if you strongly feel that you can't support a VTuber who talks to men, then it'll probably be difficult for you to keep supporting me. To me, Ishominarai are the most important, but I know you are people who just don't. I know there are people who just don't, and it's cut off. And then this other post where Matsuri announced that she'll no longer do self-produced cross-gender collabs and emphasized that holos make their own decisions for their brand. That post was removed by the moderators. And about that, I don't know if you guys were aware, but Matsuri did make that announcement recently, and it's sparking a lot of discussions. It doesn't seem like a big deal to me, but some people definitely don't like it. Cause she said that she would end opposite gender collabs by the end of the month. She's got one more collab before that. And she emphasized that it's not a company made decision, this is really her own. And she says, well, to be honest, I haven't been interacting with anyone outside of projects or tournaments this past year. So this is the result of trying various things and thinking it over. And the most important thing is Matsuri-su. So even if my activities continue and things might change in the future, I'd be thrilled if you could stick around and loosely and for the long haul. He specified it more on stream, saying, I mean, how many years has Matsuri-chan been active? 7.5 years. It's been more than 7.5 years. It's basically been 8 years already. And well, our relationship has become a bit stale, hasn't it? So I thought, why not try doing different things? Everyone's reaction was basically the same as the management reaction. Eh? Right now? Like that. The management was surprised, but they said, well, if it is something Matsuri-san decided. But yeah, I guess it ended up shocking people who aren't Matsuri-sus. So what the post here is saying is that the posts where the Hololive girls are like, yeah, I don't want to collab with males are being removed, And there's like a double standard where post where the girls are like, no, I will collab with men and I don't care what you think, stupid fan. Well, she didn't say stupid. But I don't care what you think, fan, are being left up. So it's kind of like they're pushing an agenda, is what the OP is insinuating. This person, though, is saying, probably this post was removed not to silence Matsuri's word, but because the comments contained a lot of pretty nasty personal attacks against Matsuri. But the Ririka thread did not have this occur. And yeah, I guess this is true. Talon say they'll associate with man crickets. Talon says they won't associate with man. Fucking unicorn. Ree! It's actually incredible how shameless these people are that claims they're all for the Talon's choice. Soon as the Talon makes something different than what they want is a huge shitstorm. TBH, just checked. The one was removed had a lot of personal attacks and revealed her identity going on. Oh, that's why. Okay, well that is a pretty good extra bit of info. There's a 6-minute clip of Matsuri talking about it. Also, apparently there's like this on her alt account, that is on her PL account, Matsuri has said something about like wanting to find a boyfriend, and her PL account is no secret and it's pretty popular too. So people were like confused by her decision because they were like, well, why do you say that on your alt, but then you're like, you don't want to collab with males on stream? But also there's like not that many male VTubers that are, maybe you just like hanging out with girls too, you know? Maybe you're just more comfortable with girls. It could just be that. It could be that simple. Yeah, Vesper must be behind all of this. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I think I'm there, rice cakes. Like, I don't care if they collab with males or not. I just hate those supas with, if you collab with males, I can't support you anymore. Yeah. I just don't like when people try to make others do what they don't want to do. Oh god. Okay, this is the Chat GPT thing. Doki forgot to turn off her shirtless. Everybody's simping for Leon, huh?
Oh, fucking forgot to turn it off. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all right.
Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance.
Forgot about it.
That's so funny. Gigi forgot to take her meds? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and still she's beauty and grace. My birthday life is happening with guest songs and announcement. God damn, Gigi Murin, you can't handle all that. Jeez, who asked you buzz off, Sri? It's okay, I forgive you. Okay, she's talking to herself. Wise words from someone who was called out by their Oshi. Oh, she has a big hourglass and she only target one single grain of sand. Be careful, cronies. If I'm not safe, neither you. Thanks for the kick follows. Please beware of this sex best. Oh no, it's a Google Docie. Google Docie! Ghost Star, aka Syndicate, has shown sex-based behavior for years now, constantly harassing his exes and preying on women. Recently has escalated to death threats, essay, and doxing. Please help us spread the word about this vile person. This dude is a pathetic twat. He's harassed dozens of female creators, including a personal friend of mine. And holy shit, if you saw the DMs this dude sent and how he acts, you'd be choking back tears trying not to laugh. Honestly, I've just been waiting for when someone like this would drop eventually. Again, still shocked. This is an ongoing thing. What the fuck? Oh, this was posted 3 hours ago. No, dude, it's got 109 page. No. I'm clicking out of this. I'm clicking out. It's too many words. No way. Anya Secrets happens to be Hatsune Miku. What? Yeah, eject, eject, eject. Wait, it's cool. She got Hatsune Miku on her live? On her 3D? Crazy pull for Anya? Yeah. Did you guys see this? What in the anime trope is this? And is Gerard tweeting? He's got some pretty good tweets lately. Oh my fucking god, the house I'm supposed to live in turns out is right next to my ex. Context, house hunting right now. Ex moved to Japan years ago. And now she's home apparently. And it just so happens to be right next to mine. Hell nah, I'm looking somewhere else. What in the my neighbor's my ex Wattpad is this? And Flayon responded, why bro tweet this? And ERP's crying emoji. That's like an anime episode though. I thought he tweeted something else about Flayon. Or he told people he was kissing him. Oh yes! Wait! Chat, what is this thing with Pipa and Hasan? I'm completely out of the loop on that. Like, where does it start? I've seen this Ock tweet.
Did a call with him.
What is going on? Where did it start? Is Pippa actually involved in this? Or is it like some far-fetched thing? Oh, it's a CIA guy?
Maybe she actually did a call with him or something, but also none of this matters. Like, who gives a fuck if I can't fucking interview John Kiriakou? Who cares?
Requested this whilst playing Overwatch, and there was only like 2 requests left, so I like very quickly wrote something, and I was like, by the way, please don't collab with Hasan.
Time to even say something. Tell you the truth, the last 3 weeks I've been winging it. So, I'm very grateful for the helping hand. All right, all the best. Thanks for reaching out. Bye.
I don't think it's like that. He said yesterday there is still something happening in April. Wait, but it wasn't canceled. He said yesterday there will be something in April. Yeah, we are directly in contact with John. That's why I was kind of confused as to his response initially. I didn't understand it. I'm a fan. I like his background. I like the way he communicates. I like a lot of his opinions in general. So I was definitely confused. He's done stuff with the Young Turks back in the day as a whistleblower initially. And I think these guys, they get off on trying to like secure these kinds of like weird victories for themselves. But I think they're just doing clout goblin shit for the most part, and that's it. I don't know why people are so, I guess they're so
who is he calling a cloud goblin right now? Is he calling her a cloud goblin?
excited at the prospect of like fucking up an interview, but like I interview people all the time, right? I interview people non-fucking stop.
Sure, dude.
So for me, if I wasn't capable,
He only ever interviews people that don't challenge him, though. Like, he only ever interview people from his side. He'll never go out of his comfort zone.
of like interviewing
Also, yes, I know. Dude, why is bro wearing a jacket in his house? Oh my god, I was thinking the same thing. We're literally twins right now.
this person. Really interesting how people out in the comments feel so happy, but the dude already flipped on it just today.
Thanks for the $9.99. John, you should continue. You should reconsider doing Hasan Piker's show. Your Hasan Pikers, your audiences overlap more than people think, especially on U.S. foreign policy, propaganda, censorship, and corruption. Why not do it?
I have an idea about Hasan Piker and his show, as well as 2 other kind of controversial, young, successful broadcasters. I have an idea, and we may do something all together in April.
Okay.
Hint, hint.
Desert Fox. Andre Wahasa.
Yeah, I don't. Whether you interview actual political figures, they interview and stream with pedophile worries. It doesn't matter. They have big audiences, and they are constantly fomenting hate, and then like celebrating what they perceive as like a successful interception.
All the video audio has reverb. Is it just for him? Is it for everybody? First her Hot Wheels Axle Racers watch stream and indoctrinating Sheena into it, and now this. People be doing bangers. Is Montreal a hero? What is Hot Wheels Accelerators?
You know what I mean? And literally leaning into Cammy.
How are you? Wait. Everybody's hearing the reverb? Okay, let me see.
To make it seem like this was actually a successful way, a successful.
I fixed it. I know why. It's because I did a collab, and every time I do a collab, the Discord audio is like mixed in with this for some reason. Shit. Should I replay the video?
Initiative to like stop Hasan from interviewing this one guy. This is the second year she talked about you for her birthday. She's obsessed with you. I don't know who this person is, but I wish them well. I hope they're doing all right, and I hope they get better, and I hope they find happiness in their lives. Okay? Peepin' Pipa. The market is half of this community at this point. They engage with this behavior. They believe their baits like this cameo shit and forward it to you. It's a never-ending cycle. Yeah, I mean, there is some utility in addressing it every now and then, right? I think it's fine to address it every now and then. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it all the time, especially not at a time like this. But I think there's a decent reason to offer a little bit of pushback to my audience so that they understand where it's coming from, right? Hell nah, she's a loser Nazi. Yeah, I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her at all.
She really isn't. I hope she gets better. He did say that. I hope she gets better. She wasn't sick. So how did it start though? Was she was she interviewing that CIA guy and then she told him not to talk to Hasan? The CIA guy was on Cameo. What's Cameo? Pippa say he had like a cameo spot open and she took it and also brought up Hasan since he had a collab planned. So the earlier part of the clip explains more clearly. Oh, should I go check out the Kazahana tweet? Does he have the explanation? See, I saw this clip originally where he rejected it. Because it's so like, dude, he finds out by watching a video of him. That's embarrassing.
Of course, thanks for the $5. As I saw recently that John's going on Hasan Piker's stream. A lot of his rhetoric is anti-American. His community is also extremely toxic, especially to the left. Curious as to why you're associating with that.
You know what? Whoa, whoever wrote that is completely right on. It's true that he's anti-American and he's toxic even to the left. That's true. I agree with all of that.
I'm not going on Hasan Piker.
Wait, what?
Hasan Piker reached out.
Okay. He said he is. I don't know why he's like now saying he's not.
And I said, no, thank you. I've got nothing scheduled with him.
Blaytech.
Wait, what?
Yeah, yesterday I did get adopted by Cha-Cha and Milky. And Kuragi was the child. And I was the pet.
I don't understand. His team or himself actually literally said that they would do it in April. It's very surprising. But I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah,
it's the Zoran method. He's a fucking CIA agent, man. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody. I don't give a shit. That is a strange response. I'll be honest. I don't know why he reacted that way. Leak the receipts. I'm not the one doing the communications. I'll look back at the.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to keep cool for the camera because this is coming as a shock to him. Who do you say is not a Nazi? Pippa.
Talks, but
Pippa's not a Nazi. That's
probably trolling if I had to guess. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. Who cares? Guys, you don't have to prove that $5 subscription immediately by being incredibly fucking annoying. Okay? I'll be honest. Like, you guys are fucking toxic. You're literally toxic.
Yeah, Pippa is very kind to everyone.
Single one of you is instantly proving the $5 donation from that hater. let's be real. That is kind of the case. Sometimes I have to work against you. Like, you do get really fucking annoying at times. Like, this is one of those moments. Yeah, also, he goes on Tucker Carlson in Russia Today. What do you mean I'm too fucking toxic? Like, the person that the person that sent that donation is like talking to a guy who has a show on Russia Today. Like, the fuck?
Wait, what? Yeah, but isn't Tucker Carlson like he was a legitimate news anchor? He's not just some influencer.
The community is a reflection of the creator. I know, except I do regularly try to do house cleaning, and it fucking doesn't work. You know?
What do you mean? It definitely works.
They gave a $5 donation to a guy who literally bravely was a whistleblower and went to fucking prison. So I don't know what the fuck they're on about.
How does it not work? I mean, he has a really big community, but if somebody's harassing somebody else, just fucking ban them. I mean, it ends there.
But yeah, don't be that way. You guys do need to be.
Also, wasn't the Snark subreddit like all part of his, like, constituted of his community, and they were like hard harassing other content creators like Ethan and all of that. They sent like the child services to their house. Like that, I feel like we're way past drawing a line. Like, they went way over line there.
You do need to be a little bit more fucking normal. I say it all the time. You're very abnormal. But at the end of the day, picking between having my community that I have comprised of well-intentioned individuals who sometimes gets really fucking annoying to a degree that it really pisses me off too, versus having like a guy having his moment on TikTok on. Yeah, of course I pick my community over anything else. It's just, you guys do need to be fucking less annoying regardless of the situation, because you piss me off, and that's unacceptable. I don't give a fuck about like not having John Kiriakou on, but I do give a fuck about making sure that my community is not unimaginably annoying.
Hi, Pippa.
Okay, can you hear it?
Beep, 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 beep. Or if you didn't get it, beep, 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 beep. Or beep, 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 beep.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Hey, thanks.
Oh, that's his cameo. Okay, I get it. So she wrote him for him to say that. And Cameo is some kind of thing you can buy a celebrity to write a line for you. That is so silly that she told him to do that. That is so silly. Wait, I want to listen to it again. One more time.
Hi, Pippa.
Okay, can you hear it?
Beep, 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 beep. Or if you didn't get it, beep, 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 beep. Or beep, 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 beep.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Hey, thanks for the heads up on HP. I appreciate it. I needed it, and I will take care of it. So,
I asked him not to collab with Hasan Piker. He's going on Hasan's stream.
I like that she said HP. He didn't want to say the full name.
I forget what exactly I wrote. Somebody can bring up the vibe, but I requested this whilst playing Overwatch, and there was only like 2 requests left, so I like very quickly wrote something, and I was like, by the way, please don't collab with Hasan.
time to even say something. Tell you the truth, the last 3 weeks I've been winging it. So, I'm very grateful for the helping hand. All right, all the best. Thanks for reaching out. Bye-bye.
Yay!
Hi, Pippa.
That's a great clip. All right, now I got the context. Thank you, Ak and Kazahana. Cool. Okay. And then after this comes the clip where Hasan reacts to this clip and kind of he has a similar reaction to the first clip we watched. So this dude is a CIA agent, but how come is it that CIA agents get to talk about their job? I thought it was supposed to be like confidential. Yeah, I did watch it in reverse. ex-CIA agent, but are you allowed to be saying this stuff? Can't you get sued by the government? Ex-CIA agent and whistleblower. Whistleblower, isn't that even like... Aren't they gonna try to go after him? What did he whistleblow on? Did he find aliens? Not everything is classified, and some things do get declassified with time. Oh. Don't ever trust a Chloe. I don't think it's entirely saying the truth either, so we don't know if it's real or not. So what did he find? Oh, they did? He already served his time in prison? No shot. Wow. Did he reveal VTubers were a psyop? Like, what happens to Boeing engineers who raise safety concern? Wait, but the safety concerns is important. Oh, it was on torture? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with people fighting in Twitch chat, but I think y'all should move on from this topic and talk about the stream instead. Let's not fight, guys. Do you guys want me to learn about Warhammer? Oh, by the way, I'm getting a lot of messages about this Nijisanji thing because their reports came out and there's a new VStats, which is the company that looks into VTuber stats. And everybody's noting how the Nijisanji yen watch time has spiked, but the revenue's the same. See, live stream revenue is the same, but the watch time has a spike in 2026. Niji JP, the live stream revenue fits with the watch time, although there's a little bit of a spike here. Meanwhile, HoloPro live stream, it's, you know, a fairly decent amount of live stream revenue and a watch time that correlates. It's like there's a huge discrepancy in the Niji yen that makes it very likely that there's artificial viewers in there. What? More clankers? Yeah. I also saw that Parrot Fortune is getting some backlash over some fans over for his latest video. And he had to re-upload his video. I think it's because of YouTube demonetization. Yeah, but let me find the tweet. Oh, there you go. There's a lot of words and sentences to put in Parrot's mouth, which he hasn't said. Last good ones, and it's one of the Nijisanji girls who are fine with sexualizing themselves. Just tell us you want women to become sex objects. This person's just a Scarly hater. Incels want nothing but the same cut and dry formula of sexy big titty anime woman and ultimately force that upon all women. Hey, listen, Parrot is not an incel. He's a fake incel. And I've been holding that over his head from the start. Stolen valor. The problem here lies in that ideology, not the women who express themselves that way, as that freedom is our right. But that doesn't seem like what she said in the first part of the tweet. You seem to blame her for sexualizing herself. Don't get it twisted, I'm sex positive and believe that everyone has the freedom to express themselves sexually. Okay, well, she's doing that. I'm not blaming Scarly here in the slightest. I'm blaming the people who think it's okay to slander her friends and company, and using her image is disrespectful. You completely changed your stance in the midst of these 3 tweets, by the way. At first it was blaming her for sexualizing herself. Then it's fine, but it's Incel's fault. Or the fans like that are watching it, and now it's just because he's using her image while slandering the rest. Okay. I want to watch the video now. It seems to be doing really well. 124k views in 3 days. It's probably a banger. I do want to go to the bathroom real quick before and grab some Tylenols. Okay. Yeah, also, I was thinking of that on the toilet. She doesn't even sexualize herself. Like, it's from this tweet, it feels like they're talking about... It feels like they're talking about an OnlyFan person, or like not Asmon girl. What's her name? Amaranth. It sounds like they're talking about Amaranth. I'm a news channel or drama coverage. I'm like a commentary channel. I wouldn't say I'm a news channel. We're a bit more casual about things. I kind of want to be more laid back in the streams too. All right, let's watch this.
Nijisanji, who manages to be successful. How? Don't worry, we'll get into that.
What's this? Huh?
But besides her, every other woman remaining there is just in a perpetual hell. Even compared to the Schizo Girls Corpo, they are losing on every metric. So what is Niji's solution? Debut more males! And just make them look like characters from that one Chinese app for lonely women who have been spending billions on virtual boyfriends.
There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, Scarlet is less, oh, so sexy with model stuff, and more, ayo, what the fuck? Who the hell starts a conversation like that? I fucking love this description. Thank you, Noctis. I like this description of her. I love that. Hey, listen, there's a lot of money to be made with the Fujo fan base. Why would you not want to tap into it? I've seen them shrines. I've seen the Fujos in the stores that I went into in Japan for, like, research purposes, of course.
I am your guide, Parrot Fortune, and this is me kicking a dead cow.
Thank you for the clip. How does he find these clips?
Everyone outside Nijisanji hates Nijisanji. Everyone in Nijisanji is miserable. Everyone in Nijisanji is trying to get out of Nijisanji. Except Scarlet. Scarlet is happy. She doesn't make the most money. Doesn't she literally make the most in Niji and at this?
She makes good money. She makes really good money, actually. She had didn't she have a visual, fuck, what is it called? She had a visual novel, which is so fucking cool.
Point more than box. This is the October number.
Yeah, oh my god, there you go.
Happy brown lady. Scarlet doesn't care because she's barely a Niji and doesn't interact with any of them unless forced. Get hyped!
What color of your pants are you wearing today?
Never watched a single stream of hers, but I've jumped into her countless.
Why did Parrot re-upload his video? So, like, YouTube did another update on their algorithm, and everybody, I've asked around, everybody's suddenly getting hit with yellow demonetization signs as well. Bros, it's happening to me too. I have like 3 videos that have yellow demonetization signs on them, like out of the blue again. This was a problem that they patched before. Now it's back. And I spent like 2 days blurring them, and I still got I appealed it, it got rejected, so now I gotta go appeal through the form manually again and pray that they restore it. So, honestly, best way to support me is via Patreon. So, go check it out. Or super chats, subs, that helps too. But yeah, it fucking sucks. Fuck you, YouTube.
Times!
Good night, Mr. Lorbu.
Please, God, just remove her from Niji. Her model is so hot.
Ah, spicy Latina butt.
The queen of Nijisanji. I, Luna, didn't do as well as expect. Apologize.
F is for friends that do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for...
I, Luna, lose the pink midget. All of a sudden, top earners. I'm not even surprised. $23,000 divided by 3 equals 7.9k pre-taxes. I mean, not bad if that's her monthly average and you're not including merch, memberships, and sponsorships. Let's go, brown lady! Scarlet farts on screen multiple times.
No way.
Going to full degenerate mode and want more.
No.
I wish that Scarlet was comfortable enough to fart on stream more. The puffs we get sometimes ain't enough.
Why do you want me to bark?
Bark, bark. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! No!
All of we're begging for her, by the way, and says she's one of the good ones. Not wrong. I am not entirely sure, but I think this is who she shares an audience with. God damn it! Why is she still in the dog company? VTubers outside of Hollow Garden be like...
I saw that tweet, bro. She's got the best tweets. She's got really funny tweets. And she's also been like one of the ones that was largely unaffected by the Celan Gate incident. On the contrary, like, I think she even gained like sympathy during that time. Remember, there was the hashtag Wear Scarlet where Scarly and there was all these rats with her and Aster and how he made her uncomfortable and the leaks that happened. So the hearted comment of Kurosanji as well. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, so all of that kind of played into it. It kind of protected her from all of the backlash the others got. Good for her.
If he ain't like this, leave him! This of all people, pretending to have female fans and not exclusively male couple. Nandayo, BT can't stop thinking about and she knows her audience. My appeal is based.
You don't have to like what I like. I like what I like. And I like what I like because I like mommy.
To be fair, they are good. Correct!
Get objectified!
Scarly is the best!
Bark, bark. Girl, I
can't believe Mori said that.
She's a fat Fujo.
So, I don't know if this is too much of a personal question. Does anyone here have experience with stuff?
More to love! Clamps! Yes!
You freak!
Funny how this guy refuses to draw the rest of Niji after the black screen, but still does Scarlet because she uses his art so consistently and was one of the only members not implicated. She has also commissioned him a few times.
Couldn't resist, huh? You couldn't click away. You just had to click on the thumbnail with the girl in the bikini. Oh, look at you! You're so pathetic and so disgusting and so gross. Ew! Imagine getting baited. Imagine! So pathetic!
Scarlet, my beloved! Saidoshi! She's an anomaly, unironically carrying Niji in despite her 3-view status!
Oh my god, these are all of these guys. Wow.
I've got what you need, Unicorn Bros! No male collabs here! No collabs at all, actually! Something is off in Nijisanji English. Love letter to my amazing chato.
Get some help because this is not normal. This is absolutely not normal, bro. I really highly encourage you to please get some help or talk to someone about this. Not me. I'm just a virtual anime girl on the internet here to make people laugh. I'm not your therapist. Talk to someone, but not me. Like, talk to someone that you actually know. Like,
does every woman have MB? Not that I'm complaining, she's crazy. But I want her to peg me. This is normal Scarlet content.
To peg him? Did he? Is it peg that he censored? Wait, what? What? I didn't mean to do that! Wait, go back! What the fuck? I pressed on the wrong button! I didn't mean to do that! I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened here, I swear! I just meant to press the wrist sound, and I accidentally pressed the other keybind. It's not that I was like turned on by the peg or something. Oh god, this is gonna get twisted in all kinds of ways. This is gonna get clipped out of context.
Now you know why she has such low viewers but high super chats. High super chats. Dozens of $2 supers is high super chats. I don't have the recent number, but this was her total in 2024.
Now bring that back. I need that. Thank you. Bro, I don't even remember. Wait. Oh no, wait, I've got 4 pairs of legs. Why is it not over the table? Oh. I think we gotta fix some keybinds, guys. Oh, there we go. Yeah, detachable legs. Wait, I had 4 legs like a horse. Horses have 4 legs. I fucking knew you guys would say that. That's why I said it. I knew you guys would like. You guys would turn it into a horse joke, of course, of course. Yeah, yeah. Alright. How do I remove this? Alright, go back to the corner. Jeez. So much scuff. I'm never pressing those buttons again, or I gotta get better. I gotta be careful what I press next. What if I accidentally press on the nudity toggle?
Shake it, shake it. Shake it, shake it, shake it to the floor, let's make it roll.
You weren't ready for this Scarlet Hole. I just wish she weren't talking a baby voice every 3 seconds.
Happy 9 months, chat. Also, I'm pregnant. It's
What?
yours, chat. It's yours.
Guys, times are rough. Buying a house feels like a scam. The mortgage and IRS are so me, and I did not know weddings were this expensive. Hurry up and marry me, you And yes, YouTube still demonetizes and age restricts me all the time. Please spare some change over at Patreon or buy gamer subs using code PARROT. Not going anywhere anytime soon, trust me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Dude, he always uses that clip. They've got some really good drops lately at gamer subs.
Guesses? Face or Hololive?
Your other crimes is being born because you should have been aborted.
Niji wave 8? Niji N is in wave 12!
I know, bro complained about having a house in Hawaii. That's what I'm saying, bro. Parrot is a fake incel. I can't believe that Niji sister had it all wrong about him. Bro's got a house and's got a wife. He's not one of us. Parrot, you're not one of us, okay? My culture is not your costume, Parrot.
Gotta be face. No other company would allow this.
The fuck?
Now what happens when you just add salsa music to the background of a Latino person screaming?
Wait, why am I in there? Why am I in there? Why are they roasting me for this? I don't understand. Is it because I'm in there? I've collabed with other corpo VTubers. What's the problem? That Uno collab was really good.
Another one bite.
I won those games, by the way, and I did not understand what the fuck was going on. Kai was molding. That was one of my favorite collabs, by the way. I really love them.
It's the dust. You will not win. You never win. You lose. You are a loser. Rip Canigato.
Ew! Dude, what are those reaction image? I fucking hate them. Was that Naoya? Oh my god, this is horrible.
Opportunity of the
nightmare fuel.
lifetime. It's holo. Lol, yep. VTuber, 2 views. VTuber holo, 20k views. According to on BT, this is Ian 5.
We can do great things together, you and I.
Come home, Niana. We saw her first. Step aside. Not so fast. Nijian is out of top 10.
What was the last face plastered on him? I didn't recognize him.
Now, what went wrong? Face beating Nijian is not a meme anymore. Where the f is Bishoyo?
Where did you find this guy?
Oh, it's the Brave Group CEO? Bruh, how was I supposed to recognize him? No Gucci? He's not even like, you know, not famous, but he's not like out there. He's just like a, you know, faceless CEO.
This guy? Oh, yeah, we met in summer camp for grown-ups. It lasted like 3 to 5 years, I think. Yeah, move.
See, now that guy's face I recognize.
Something was going wrong, Nijian would still be in the top 10. This, my friend, is what we call correction. Feedback.
It said Brave Group behind him. Yeah, well, I can't read, so...
Consequences! Hey, I guess you don't want it now, but we have a life too. Hey, great, listen. Save the boat and mail it to last year when I might have cared. Unironically losing to Face Connect. Jesus Christ! Oh, look, the Nijisanji English jet is sinking.
Sink the yacht, get them for everything they got.
Lazy f***s, most of them! Just look at those stream hours! You can cure Ian Bitwing, but you have to kill all of Nijian. Would you do it? You asking if I'd kill over 30 innocent people to cure a hobby? Innocent people? Still dropping. Those damn unsub bots are still at it.
Good night.
Oh, no, Niji sisters, why aren't you supporting your dying livers? Cool, they can have 500k and 1 mil party again, lol. Still the defining VTuber moment of 2024. It was the funniest shit ever. Still fine.
It was so bad when the CEO called it negligible. And they published that. Like, what an awful choice of word.
That's super funny. Me and another Anon had the same idea. They could have gotten away with everything if they had simply shut the f up and did nothing. Never not funny to think about. The image compares February of 2024 to February of 2025 for non-Japanese tuba groups. The bars are combined watch time followed by year change, average CCB, hours streamed, number of streams, and number of streams above 10k CCB.
Wow. Almost a 70% drop. Hey, 6-7.
6-7.
6-7.
6-7. 6-7.
6-7.
You're a cancer. You're a stain and a cancer. You are a narcissistic piece of shit. You are a asshole. A bad person. You're a genuinely bad person with no regard for anybody except for yourself. You are genuinely a piece of shit.
I only ever remember one guy, like the gray-haired one. This one. Fyodor. But I guess Calyx Debonair's not bad. Where do they find these guys?
Niji has to be either mixed or male exclusive. Haha, when was the last time Niji even had an all-female wave? Obsidia? Etheria? That was 8 waves ago! It's really funny how female VTubers have like some actual variety in terms of age and shape and so on. But male VTubers that aren't novelty post designs are basically the exact same bishy fuckboy copy and paste over and 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 over. To be fair.
But it's what works. Like, you know, Holostars have like all very different designs, but they're not being marketed as well, I guess, or they don't have that much traction. But Gavis Battle is doing really well.
Box tried to go with the Muscleman route and Hobo Samurai. You can see how that turned out. Friodora! This wave stinks! Friodore! Who is coming up with these f***ing names, man?
Willie Dustis, Onsen Sweeney, Scott Dorkew, Ray McScript, Mike
Dorkew.
Truck, Mario Mackerelwain, Bobson Dugnut.
2 of them don't even get surnames? New Niji and...
True! You can tell that there's like the 2 guys that they wanted as the main, you know, the leaders of the boy band, and then the other guys are just like the backup dancers that sometimes get a few lines in a song.
Wave looking like generic Fujo bait shit! Same face syndrome aside, I genuinely have to wonder what brainworm that would invade your mind that would convince you to join this company at this point. It's like the stove analogy. It's so hot, you know not to touch it. But these lot are smashing their faces up against it. Ginjoka! Was he making fun of the world-famous Tasumi stream with this debut?
Wait. He did that for his debut? That's ballsy.
What? Put your hands all over my soft.
Only 21K came to watch the new Niji males now. Weakness. Cock. Nijian. Second stream. Ian.
English. Speak English. Speak English.
Well, how?
Yeah, I think honestly, most of this wave are from other cultures, probably more on the JP side. That's why they don't care as much about the backlash. Even the Selen stuff, like on the Niji side, like the Japanese people didn't think it was such a big deal as we did. I think that's probably a reason why they joined. Also, this gen focused a lot more on like musical talents and other kind of like idol adjacent talents, I think.
Elsis is gonna ensure his finances are somewhat seeable.
Siebel is JP, Friodor is Latam. It's actually Friodor, not Fyodor. The others I forgot. Damn. Sounds like a fan, Mythic Yas.
Hide your sons! Why they all have the Vesper chin?
I, Vesper Noir, am a furry.
Because Vesper was the peak of male Chuba! Good, he's dead now! We need to fix male VTuber designs! Because this is shit! The female designs are extremely buried, mostly prioritizing recognizability. Completely different, completely different, completely different. The male designs are only differentiated by their clothes and hair. The same man wearing different outfits is the same male design found in every gacha game or Fujo material on Earth. Rather than recognizable, this is intended to be desirable to Asian women. We need to go back to simple jets designs. It's too late. All the simple designs have been used, Anon. You know how women hate it when they wear the same outfit with their friends. They have to be unique. Girls, ew, I can't believe she's wearing the same outfit as me. Boys, we can walk.
Like, sometimes I'll spend so much on an outfit and then I wear it once and it's like, I'm kind of over it after that. I kind of just want something else. But then sometimes there's some stuff that I rewear a lot.
behind each other and look like we're going really fast. Sometimes,
like for example, there's a pair of shorts that I think I wore literally the entire summer. There was not a day where I didn't wear them. I even bought a second identical pair because I didn't want to wear anything else.
new designs get it right.
Sam? Is it hello? Is there someone here? Hello?
Bro, why are you guys saying you and gross in chat? Imagine this. They weren't smelly. You don't smell from the legs. They weren't stinky. I washed them. I washed them. They're like sports shorts. I changed other things. I was speaking in hyperbole.
Were designed peak with virtual gorilla? Many people say yes! The Shota! Then give it to someone who actually wants to keep the model! It's time!
How often? Well, like, okay, like a shirt or a top, I'll change every single day. But like, you know, like bottoms, I'll wash less often. Maybe like once every 2 weeks.
To stop playing it safe with generating Bishonen and embrace the weird!
Let it out. Let it out.
Unironically this, give us some monster boys that actually look like monsters.
What do you mean, ew? Like once every 2 weeks is a decent amount. You don't want to wash them too much. Or they're gonna be like, they're gonna get fucked. All the elastic in it will start like tearing and stuff. It's not good. 2 weeks passes by fast. Why are you guys freaking out? No good can come from disclosing this. You know what? You're right. I should have. I regret everything.
Mr. Vikaman with horns! Are there any Shota-looking characters in Nijisanji?
I don't get it. You guys wash your jeans all the time? I only wash them if there's like actually like, I don't know, I drop some food on it or something. Or like a skirt. Like you don't really wash skirts.
Angie then?
Shut up, Femboy.
Alright.
Shut up and open the door, Femboy. I do, Femboy. Femboy. Come on, Femboy.
Not a fair argument. He's voiced by a woman. Proof? I'm going to be mad if it turns out I was straight all along.
I'm a boy. I'm a boy. Not a girl. Boy. Boy.
Jeans are different in basketball. They weren't basketball shorts. They were like yoga shorts. Be the fan your she regrets, chat. Superior on Bob, thank you. Nah, wear one outfit a day and wash it that day. Bro, you're lying. Okay, like, yes, but... Okay, like, okay, wait, I gotta think about what I'm gonna say next. I can't dig myself further. Like, I take out my pants as soon as I come into the house, though. So it's not like I'm wearing them for full days. And I wash the denims once they become too slack.
I am a boy. Boy.
Yes, and if you overwash like jeans and other fabrics, it damages the textile.
Blocks your path.
Your little pussy belongs to me. You're gonna learn to do what I
See,
tell
this guy, for example, he would need to wash his pants. Because they are very tight.
you too.
Counterpoint. In fact, all of them.
Total mutant annihilation. Kill muties. Behead muties. Roundhouse kick a mutie into the concrete.
You can overwash sweatpants, but like I wash sweatpants all the time. That's like a 1 or 2 day wear, and then I throw them in the washing machine. I always wear my cleanest dirty shirt. Oh my god, me too. Okay, like, you guys would think I'm dirty. I change shirts like twice a day. I wear one in the morning and then another one for the night. And I have a bunch of t-shirts. Hands you shovel. Thank you. How do you check it's dirty? You sniff it. Yeah, or you look at it. What do you mean? 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 What Yoga, it's not yoga pants. They are like yoga shorts, but they're large, you know? They're large. They're like the boxy cut. Even you put on pajamas. I don't have pajamas. I just wear like a t-shirt and some shorts. Also, no need to go Washington DC go full commando. I don't go full commando.
Maybe that's why they aren't popular at all. I guess sisters only want standard Twinktuber fuck. Majority of sisters are underage K-pop fujos. Shocking! 100k subscribers already! Niji bros, we're so back. What went so right? How is this even a question in 2025? Nijisanji pretty much has the male VTuber monopoly. Meanwhile, Aster still hasn't found his ingredients. 0 view to 1 view is an upgrade too. It's really cool Niji's giving 0 views that chance to not make money and steal their money. Males, they will be 4 views, Cope and Sith. Not even Luxem are 4 views these days.
Wow.
Who the fuck still wants to be in after all the bullshit? Those 1 view pests from Twitch. Smart move from Niji. Women are unfaithful and easily bored, so they need new male flesh to suck on every 4 months. Reminder that this flopping stain branch isn't even in the top 10 anymore.
Seriously?
Predictions! 1 BTA skipper, 1 Nepo hire, 1 desperate 0 view, Aster using the same totally not a voice changer pirate software users.
Blizzard is having worked at Blizzard.
Wait, does pirate software actually use a voice changer? Don't wear jeans. I only have 2 pairs of jeans. One of them I bought in Japan, and the other one is like a skinny pair of black jeans. That's it. I don't have other jeans. They're uncomfortable. He does use to drop his voice lower? No way. Oh, he had voice coaching years ago? Yeah, I like sweatpants better. Girl, you need more jeans, but there's no good ones. I like the jean fabric in Japan because they're like soft. And also it's like, yeah.
Seven days since last stream! Make sure no one finds the body, ever! Holy sh! The Vampire Slayer is actually graduating! Mel sends her regards. She literally just got a new outfit, what the fuck? I'm sad! Come, Kotoka, have a seat! Aren't you tired? Oh. Why did she do it, bros? Help! 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 Now she can say without having to deal with Niji sisters chimping out.
Oh, is that an Omo egg? Oh.
When will this come back? Currently composing her 1,000-page.
Was she trying to move it with her feet or something? How did she whip that? I'd love to learn how to make an Omu omelet. How the fuck did that happen? This is gonna sound snobby, but check out. You know what? My family always buys me a pair of Lululemon pants, and I actually never bothered wearing them, but I wore one of them the other day, and I was like, wait, these are actually kind of comfy. But I would never wear them outside, I think. It looks too much like yoga pants, like pajamas. You don't get to act surprised at cooking fails. This is way worse than my cooking fails. It looks like she wasn't using her hands. Even I can do that. This is not like my cooking streams at all.
Google Doki, it'll work, trust! She's currently with Box. It's funny because it's true! Last stream 8 months ago. She's finally the better Kura. I am missing her. Please don't ever forget me. It's me, Peto. Why does she keep getting a split thread with Enier? Because we have autism. Petra hasn't streamed in a year. No one ever talks about this. What the fuck?
Why does no one talk about this?
In her igloo until all the dust is settled. Roru! Rumau! Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Guys, let me explain real quick.
That poor baby looks traumatized.
The dust never settles. Last stream 1 year ago. This is the longest, most drawn-out graduation in VTubing history. Not even the longest hiatus in Nijisanji. Tweets non-stop. Oh, Mao. I miss her stupid penguin laugh sometimes. It does take years to graduate from university, yes. You'd know that too if you finished high school. Yeah, but even Mume was still able to stream sometimes while studying. There's no reason this girl wouldn't be able to. New Niji debut? She has been gone for so long. She had to debut again. Maternity break over. It looks like they want her to shield her merch. Guess they don't want another raw situation.
He's gonna die, is he?
Chan says this is the usual sudden surge in activity before graduation. 1.5 year hiatus. Only returns to shield merch. Leaves. Petra squirming herself to get inside the holosphere. I participated in Koyori-san's queue. I was so nervous that I couldn't talk much. Doesn't stream and ignores her fans for over a year straight because of reasons. Manages to show up for Hololive event. Bro!
That reaction image was funny.
Merch name Nijisanji Prison. What did they mean by this? What were they thinking?
Lol, I remember
Hey
this.
guys, go to hell. Okay, go to hell. Everybody, go to hell.
Niji JP, Melo Coco. The damage mainly involved secretly recording the VTubers who operate while hiding their faces while they were at work and disseminating the footage to third parties. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Inform the company privately. The recorded VTubers get fired and sued for slander. Niji N can die for all I care. What matters is Niji JP being unaffected. Oh god, oh fuck, it's Kore with a steel chair! It's real, it's not a joke! Nicolor investigated the photos and found that they were taken by a musician from a company hired by them. Also, the dude's name is Jab!
Ironic, isn't it?
Putrid. You're putrid.
Ah! Oh! Ah! 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 Oh! Ah!
The Yab of Yab Studios, yeah. That was a lot. That sucks for the libraries.
But wait, there's
Good night,
more.
Tonta.
Mikineko voiced an anime Jab Entertainment worked on. Mikineko is such a psychotic menhera, she probably r***ed him, not the other way around.
Hey,
How's it going, baby? You're looking sexy today. I've been thinking about you.
Job Entertainment named Job enacts jobs against the Niji's AKB and Kana Hanazawa. You can't make this shit up. Even AKB48, my idol blackmail head for real, literally named Job. I can't get over this. Character named for their plot role. It literally reinforced the fact that Niji is a dastardly villain from a Saturday morning cartoon. New Niji drama again. Okay, this guy didn't actually harass anyone. Unlike these other two, he did some GTA roleplay where this other Niji girl was kept hostage and kinda bullied by some guys. But the girl was completely fine with it as it was just an RP. You can't the willing Kanekolumi. We love women.
Open the door, you open it. Open it, open it, open it.
Why Scarlet doesn't leave Nijisanji makes no sense to me. But her almost never interacting with any other Nijis
He has
and
a
somehow being the
$200 tier now? What the fuck? And somebody's in it? Hello?
sense to me. But her almost never interacting with any other Nijis and somehow being the most successful in the branch is very telling. Nijisanji Yen is just a Fujo pandering branch now, and I just hope there aren't any more twisties who are detached enough from reality to attempt to join what is clearly a system designed to profit from lonely Chinese women. Only a desperate enough male aspiring to make an American minimum wage at best should ever consider it. It's not even a joke anymore that joining Face Connect is just better. Anyway, take care of your Oshi and yourselves. See ya.
I have an extra tier, a $100 tier, if anybody wants to be my oiler. Okay, we're not doing a Google Doc. Alright, do we have time to watch a Warhammer video? Alegraza at $100 tier. Alegraza's not subbed at my Patreon $100 tier. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Wait, so which Warhammer video should we watch though? I know, Yuriko felt nefarious calling him out. Holy shit, wait, 1.7 million views? Astartes? Is this not rated? Yeah, rest in peace, Alegraza. Hey, Carrie Per Luna. This one's only 12 minutes, so we could start with that. Oh, but will I understand what's going on? Okay, full disclosure, I don't know anything about 40K. The Argoza uprising have been checked. Retributors Astartes now assist the hunt for fleeing leaders. God damn it, I didn't have time to finish the text. Robots. Robots looking at hologram. Is this the human race? Those are Space Marines, Astartes. Yeah, but are they human? Bye, Winter. Have good time at the gym. Oh shit, we're crashing! It's a breaching pod? Oh. They're getting shit on. Okay, this is like an elite troop or something. They look strong. Okay, who are these guys? They look kind of scary. That's a vault or door. Imagine a Spartan from Halo, but bigger, stronger. Similar running speed, but less agile and longer lived. Got it. Oh. With some velocity on that. Are these armor-piercing bullets? Those guys were once humans, then organs were implanted in them, and now they're walking tanks. Fucking fast walking tanks. Dude, I can't. They are fucking fast. Thank you. Oh my god. This is so detailed. And that doesn't look like it's made with AI. They have multiple hearts and lungs. Oh, these guys are cool. They've got like magic powers. Oh, that's so cool. One dude made it and got hired by Game Workshop. I'm so happy for him. That's so glad that they noticed this. Magic is heresy. I'm on the witch's side. Whoa, this is cool. I would play that race, the Psychers. That's like telekinesis. Oh Isdrover. Is GG. I guess there was too many of them for how little the defense was. Yeah, psychers are people who can use the warp magic, but it seems like, why was there only 2 of them? Like, is there no one in the spaceship? There is an even heavier armor, like Terminator armor in one book. A Marine in Terminator armor stepped on some stairs too weak to hold on multi-ton armor and fell and got stuck. His battle brother laughed and said they were gonna get a crane to get him out. I see. So it's like that armor in Fallout, kind of. Psyker without training is a time bomb. Is that the ones that would get like possessed? I'm trying to replay some of the info I watched from that Bricky video. Good night. Where's Nefer? Good night. What is it? That's a giant egg? I'm sure nothing good's inside. Oh, he looks cool. Is he a psyker? Yeah, I knew he was from the Inquisition. Inquisition people always have the best fashion. Like, I don't know, like, say what you want about religion, but like everything that's like Christianity inspired goes hard in terms of aesthetic. Techno priest. True. Rogue traders have best fashion in the Imperium. Interesting. What's this? Feet? Giant feet? What's this? Are they? It's like they're building something. What the hell is... It's like the Eye of Sauron. I love the armor details, like the skull on their shoulders and stuff. Even the sound effects and all the details in these videos are so well made. That takes a lot of time. Like, usually people are good at the animation, like creating it, but they use somebody else for the sound effects and for the audio, etc. That it's a big part of it. The music and everything is really well put together. Okay, why? I need somebody to explain to me what just happened. I don't get it. I'm rewinding. So he's connected to that orb thing. It feels like that orb thing is connected to some more outside forces. Oh, okay, he's possessed. He already has the gun pointed at him. You can see in the reflection. That's so cool. Orbs are connected and they are chaos artifacts. Oh, the orbs talk to each other. Okay. It's like the voices! The voices in my head. Damn. Oh, is the orb fighting back now? It's absorbing them. Why aren't they using any weapon? Shoot. Oh god. Yeah, they're cooked. Yeah, it's over. Didn't they have like a grenade or something? A nade might have worked. Oh, 07. Don't go in the weird ball, it has Fujo's stuff in it. Oh? Oh, it's a teleportation device? Ew. What was in his vomit? Oh, it's a warp, okay. You're in this doesn't seem like a cozy planet. Let's just say that. This guy's cooked! Where is he? Like, which planet is he in now? Tank! Wow. One guy, by the way, one guy made this. Most people know that already, but it needs to be stated how fucking cool that guy is. It must have taken him months, like literally months of work. The plasma pistol shot is the coldest thing ever animated. The pointier chin the Fuji just gets. I don't like pointy chins. That's why I can't watch Code Geass. Their chins are too pointy. I can't get into it. Well, there's every single Warhammer Space Marine Legion in a nutshell. Every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained part 2. Every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained part 1.
In the kind brightness.
Oh shit, it's 2 hour long though? I mean, we could do it. I feel like I need to be explained what the lore is before I watch another trailer, and then I'll enjoy the trailer better. My chin is not that pointy. They are long videos. We've watched Warhammer. Last time we watched. What is Warhammer 40k? Timeline of 40k lore. Yeah, we watched the timeline. Yeah, there's like 40 years of lore, so it's gonna be big. Yeah, so that's why I thought this would be a good follow-up. Fuck it, let's just watch it. Should order food though. Oh no, I do have food. I do have.
Of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the
He looks so different in this video.
stars. Shortly thereafter, a new species began to arise.
Now we can watch another 40k creator. I know some people had problems. I don't know. Everybody in the comments on Twitter were asking me to watch different people. But let's just start with Ricky's video, and then next stream you guys can suggest more videos.
The Necron tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from Mephetron, the Deceiver. The Necron tier accepted the Catan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A trick. The Catan crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron
No, they tricked him into becoming immortal. Like, who would say no to that? Of course.
Frontier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant, with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy.
Of course, everybody wants control over the galaxy.
Millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity.
No, I'm not into I'm not into miners or agriculture.
He would eventually settle far away from Earth itself. And around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause rupture in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife.
Okay, he's wearing a like one-eyed binocular.
The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of the
Yeah, I remember the warp. He did explain it in his last video.
Those who have passed on begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are three major entities, Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch. However, a fourth one, Slaanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones, and due to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slaanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those.
Are they actually dressed like that? They are like a mix between Mad Max fashion, clowncore, and like how people dressed in those medieval tapestries. And yo, that guy's booty. That's booty.
of the craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused the birth of Slaanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium and ended the age of strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the Unification Wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had, overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines. Superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 2018 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy.
Oh yeah. That was in the original video. I remember that. And now he's gonna go and look for them.
This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his—
The Mechanic what? Did we all just hear that?
His crusade. While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers paled to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy, the Astra Militarum, and their—
Did he say the Mechanic come? I'm not laughing. You guys are laughing. I'm not laughing.
Seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears sometimes. Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Votan. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy would result in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the
dude, Horus had to fucking ruin everything.
Forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure, and the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adepta Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000.
Lots of 40s.
Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy. As a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way, the Tyranids, monsters that
Ooh, cat girls are real in Warhammer 40k. I love this universe then.
that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way, be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence or through the more covert gene stealer cults. The presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point
is there even any peace at any point though? I feel like it's always war. Just things always get worse in Warhammer.
Life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Whoa. Cat girls are canon, but they're just as vicious and deadly as the Marines. They're not cute and cuddle unless for propaganda. But do they look good though? Like, are they hot?
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0.
Wait, you guys are saying they look good. They're more cat than girls. Suspicious sound effect.
%, always brought to you here on Nostroman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us.
What kind of stuff are you guys into, huh? Little freaks?
Our top stories for tonight.
Sus.
The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And
so pack as if you're going to the UK.
Of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, right. It's gone. It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight.
Thank you so much, Fluffy. I'm so glad you enjoyed the video. What a cute emote. I'm not projecting, chat. I'm not projecting.
Wait, hold on. One moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled?
Oh.
Wait, I'm sorry. Self-harm rates have gone down to 0%. The Night Haunter smiled? No.
Impossible.
No. This could only mean one thing. It is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Supps drop exclusively on this here news network. That's right, your esteemed host Bricky myself is dropping a 3-part Gamer Supps release for pre-order, available now and only for a couple of weeks. Not only does it include a completely brand new artwork reskin of the Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Supps, but it also comes with the first ever all over print Gamer Supps 32-ounce jug. And if that isn't enough for you, if the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we have a desk mat to go along with it. That's right, the Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking taste, we're talking Atlas, we're talking smooth. And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these items, will personally hand sign a note for you, thanking you for supporting this network. All of this you can receive for 10% off if you go down in the description of this video and click the link, or go to gamersupps.com/Bricky and use code Bricky. Save 10% off with code Bricky. Bring some color back into your life and increase production across the board for our glorious leader, the Night Haunter. Thank you, Gamer Supps, for
Only Jesse, thank you for the sub. Thank you for a Twitch sub. Aren't you on the gold chip workout? Oh, I am. You bet I am. Chad is trying to gaslight you. The cat girls are not the furry kind. They're more cat in behavior and only really have the claws, ears, and tail. Oh, I love that! Then they are cute. I actually love that. And it's cool that they're like, you know, fierce. Do they use their claws as a fighting technique?
Sponsoring the Strawman News, and let us move on to our next scheduled program. 5 years ago, I made every Warhammer 40k.
Well, I think after watching that trailer, I'm on the side of the... Fuck, what are they called again? The Psy people. The magic wielders. I like those guys. Last time I said I liked the race, though, they turned out to be, like, actually crazy, so maybe I shouldn't say anything yet.
Faction Explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd.
Yeah.
That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games and a couple mini-series. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form. Needless to say, I've learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just Spaceman shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for 1 million stories over 1 million worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the infinite empire.
Gotta start by sucking. That's my motto. That's what I always say.
as mentioned before, the Necron tier were the original form of the Necrons, an alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necron tier endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of this space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself, without realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the Catan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass.
So you're like a slave to them.
Of re-knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact. Not their souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting, and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality, what occurred is the Catan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years with his perfect memory, a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people.
That's awful. Dude is ruminating for 6 million years? Damn, that can't be good for the mental.
To the modern day, and the Necrons are reawakening. But it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have
60 million years, that's worse. That 40K also has some pretty good video games too. You should try. I'd love to try it.
Taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron
True loss of their mind is their greatest fear. Oh, so it's like when Senku gets frozen in Dr. Stone, but he counts the whole time so he doesn't lose his mind.
nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals, such as the esteemed Imhotep the Stormlord, seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orikin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the War in Heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness, because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal, but you are soulless. Despite
that'd be OP for a streamer though. Immortal, don't need to eat, don't need to go to the bathroom, aka idle meetings, and you have no soul, so you could pick like beefs all the time and just like say whatever's popular. Easy.
the Necrons'
easy farm,
incredible technology, their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones, Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus, as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming. And slowly, they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours. The war...
I like the prose in the book. Is it written all by different, like, authors? Or is it written by a single person?
In heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real, and so is hell. The afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, all of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current and can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the Immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension. But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time, you could say it was more calm, but a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples...
There's death to the warps. Okay, so it's kind of like... There's death into that dark, alternate world in Berserk too.
Have physical forms, we can understand the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like, though they are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing, for Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, demon, the Bloodthirster, an enormous muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of...
Wait, whatever they're fighting, that looks cool. That looks so cool. It's like an ice queen with like a sword and some kind of... Oh, it looks like some frost powers.
Freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course. Demonic,
yeah, corn is a
might
grain.
say.
That's what I was referring to.
But in the world of
Absolutely.
chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define corn with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Korn is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power.
Yo, they're riding some kind of worm thing and they have like chains in it.
Of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed corn, but a soldier could feed corn. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed corn. A warrior, good or bad, feeds corn. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of corn, for he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for corn. Normally, if I ever want to explain corn, I just kind of show them this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god, the god of trickery.
Wait, was it supposed to be sarcastic or is it true, the clip you just showed?
And mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms. But there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear.
I'm sorry, I'm not pausing a lot in the video because it's already like an hour and it's already 2 hours long and I don't want to make it like a 5-hour react. I don't want to bloat it.
Where the f is it? His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do so you
Oh my god.
You want him to do you so much you could do anything?
He is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy. All these people feed Tzeentch in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones.
A Dewey and artist won't know what to do with.
But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from
Why are they all fighting with books?
unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune.
That's cool. Yeah, I love the book people. I like that they cast magic with their books. It looks so badass.
Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between, comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great unclean one. And look at how happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle.
Oh my God, this
all
artwork
disease
gross.
makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strengths. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither.
Honestly, I'm probably feeding the Nurgle because I've got 2 garbage bags I need to take out, and I haven't done it in a while.
And die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the 3 major Chaos Gods.
Girl, you live like that? Well, look, there's one garbage bag that's still in the garbage can, and then the other one is on top of the garbage can, but it's getting pretty full.
Very long time. Emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale. Ever present, but now
your cooking definitely feeds him. Ban this guy. Ban him.
Fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos. An advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong.
Bro, imagine if you could like fucking make a pizza fly to your mouth. You don't even need to use your hands. You could eat a pizza and like read a manga at the same time.
That chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had. Or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons and Catan, the old ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the...
The
Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids
Eldar.
that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep.
These were the ones that I liked, but then they became debauched.
And humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know.
Elves.
Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind would reach into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes! However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force, to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the webway? What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials, we make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear? The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves, with a society so perfect they wanted for naught, and this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it were—
Yo, look at that Giga Chat twink.
Elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism, with a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid back.
I love the thumbs up on the thing.
Backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines, and much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slaanesh. Wait.
Other Chaos God.
Slaanesh,
Oh, yes.
the Prince of Pleasure, she who thirsts,
I remember
the god
her.
of unspeakable excess, is our fourth Chaos God, with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one.
They all have tons of mouths. She's smoking a hookah with this one. She's got one in her.
Because with our
belly.
other 3 Chaos Gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires. But for Slaanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more. The want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slaanesh, one that
That's like my friend's Funko collection.
aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slaanesh. Whiplash is Slaanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slaanesh.
There are no 2 words in the English language more harmful than good job.
But is there a line?
No, man, no.
This also moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slaanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slaanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The Keeper of Secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before.
Like, they would almost be cool, but then they're just a bit too freaky for me. But if not, like, they would almost be cool.
Or the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slaanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree,
dude, I would love that place,
that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves.
Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon.
That is one of these 6 layers of Slaanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure.
Remember Tom? Yeah, he's delicious.
In every moment, indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use, every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist owing to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
What the fuck? I just entered. Bad time. Don't look at the stream. Don't look at the Gangoons. They come Satan title card. What the fuck? What is this title card? I swear we're not like that, new person. Henry.
With the birth of
Heinrich,
Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died
by she who thirst. I also thirst for a beer, not gonna lie.
in an instant. Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now
Late to the stream, took a pic of the previous segment to see what's going on. In Corpo in joke, they call it Andrew. To burn up in a hater caused a scandal. So just laugh on it, Rima. Then we can all laugh along. Thank you, Kiwasa. Thank you. God, you made me emotional again, but I really enjoy your message. I do like this word too, and I appreciate all your messages. And honestly, every time every time I wonder if I'm doing something right, like I can imagine one of you in my head and tell myself that this person would be proud of me, so it's worth it, you know? So it does mean a lot to me, so thank you. All right, now back to Mechanicum.
makes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways. In the modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get.
Does the me in your head mock you as it should? It mocks my cooking, but I giggle about it. Thank you, Damien. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good title card with his expression. That was great.
To them, a craft world is a monumentally large starship, the size of a continent, that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways.
Yeah, so they're like the complete opposite spirit of the space elves.
The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's
Bushido, I've read about that. Hey, Creamsicle. Oh, the joke is, damn, she's on fire again. Somebody called the fire department. Wait, I like this. This is fun. Hey, ya boy Wiggle. That's such a funny emote.
a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path.
They look so goofy dressed like this, though. I can't take them seriously.
This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adorning the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies,
TBH, I shouldn't even complain or criticize anybody else's fashion because I love clowncore. I love this kind of outfits, but it's just funny because I feel like it doesn't fit with the 40k Warhammer universe.
These stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone.
You think I'll love the
so when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the Infinity.
Yeah, I am a jester. That's true. Why are you slandering the Eldar? They're the inspiration of the Protoss race. You know, their fashion is a bit different.
Circuit in the craft world itself.
They don't look like Zeratul.
Allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point: Cain, Vol, Isha, Azaryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees, led by Jane Zar, Fugin and his Fire Dragons, Baharoth and his Swooping Hawks, or Malgan Ra and his Dark Reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craftworld Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions.
It's like a mix of like Astro Boy, some Roman Legion aesthetics, and some space Mad Max stuff.
They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves, and their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning.
Hell yeah! Rave party!
Deep
Let's go.
within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of
juiced himself up. I like
Drukhari
that. I like the way he's explaining things. It makes them easy to understand. I feel like I understand more. At first, I was a bit overwhelmed in the intro, but as the video's going on, I feel like I'm understanding things a lot more.
As pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their Archons. Witches and Succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder.
How do you like your suffering and torture? Slow and creative.
It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slaanesh for an eternity.
Okay, so the Dark Eldar are saddest BDSM drug-dealing space elf pirates. Got it.
Of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the Fleshsmith's control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy, a dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak. They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blur
They're actually so cool.
Of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Kegarak's master plans to get back at she who thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarak, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of. Before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man looks to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species' genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned. Religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars.
That's the Mechanicum,
Mars
guys.
and Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the red planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp
The Mechanicums are your boys?
storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the Cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human.
Wait, did he say it looks like the back of a router? That's so funny. It has all these cables plugged in.
In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically,
these guys are non-controversial so far. They're legit. They're clankers.
No zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is Three-in-One. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there, and they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy, but the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but
they're kind of like a mix of like priests. No, there's another word for that. Like, I don't know, like these ancient priests and like some cyber machine stuff.
That's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars. Priests. And this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner. And the Mechanicum of Mars would be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes.
But how can you pray to a clanker though, a machine? Like, it doesn't have a soul. I think they're wasting their time here.
This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks?
Heresy.
AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations—
Oh my god, how dare you! Toaster has a soul? Holy shit, but I threw away my microwave the other day. Did it also have a soul? I killed my microwave!
Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated
I actually committed microwave murder
to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay!
Ew.
So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
Aww. Says, why does it hurt?
An excerpt from the Servitor Creation Factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufacturer...
Wait, so the Mechanicum and the humans teamed up and they're enslaving and lobotomizing some people to become the robots? Slaves?
produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors.
The Mechanicums are humans as well, even though they lived on another planet.
Line slowly advanced. The people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench, and the grinding
Oh, I see. It was a human colony on Mars. Okay, thanks, chat.
sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violet metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counterseptic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process force-shrank them to fit their bodies where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. "What's that for?" I asked. "Follicular inhibitor, to stop their hair from growing," he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific pursuits, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior
That's why
to the
they're
Age of
anti-flanker.
Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as standard template constructs.
Oh, sweet man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are
I fucking love space fantasy set with feudal systems. Looks so cool.
Priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium, they do actually have their own military forces. They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions, because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately, their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine.
They're kind of like Frankie from One Piece.
I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my
They're my space marines.
And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that
wait, these are the guys from the trailer we watched. The animation trailer. The Space Marine guys.
Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Archon. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor.
Oh my god, the one up here is so funny.
Himself, despite their genetic differences. And they go as follows in order. Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Perturabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have, and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigillite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive. And one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space Marines, unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs, are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big,
I mean, TBH, a secondary heart's kind of useful if your first one fails. Also, there was a Primarch 0 prototype 1 stronger with a burning hate of all chaos, but he went insane and murdered an entire planet and wanted to kill all humans other than himself and his father because he viewed all other humans as unworthy of his father's love. Bro had single child syndrome.
Implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat.
Wait, they have a pre-stomach that can digest everything? They They could eat my food then.
Bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is the Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique, makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration. The White Scars are motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters. The Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I have slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and consumed conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And though they are held in an almost holy light, most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving, to the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. "The time for speeches is done," said Rogel Dorn. "The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all." While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe would be complete without its navy? When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC-Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet. This right here is child's play in the world of 40K ships.
That is
a ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size of a Sea-Wise Giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length, where the Dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half a mile high monstrosities that look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals and filled to the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one of those members because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And, of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very
so they don't have non-thinking machines? They don't have any machines at all?
slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40K is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I
they
suppose
do
you're
it
gonna show
as
me.
very basic.
Gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality? What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This, of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds, but there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable
Well, as long as time doesn't advance, it's not that bad, I guess.
things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the is not a specific faction of the Imperium in the same sense and format of this video, it is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the
Imperial Guard.
I don't care if these things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge! There is no better symbol of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor, and this number is impossible to pin down. Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No, not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of Guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the Guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own.
That doesn't feel good to get deployed as human fodder, though, but I guess they're all like zealots.
If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you, it can really screw the numbers. The soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops. But other notable Guard factions include the gas mask-clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachan Jungle Fighters, and the iron-willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special Guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters. Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to the troops and providing hot meals, the Commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the Commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people, and behind those people are tanks, and behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps—
But there's also wings here, like an angel.
—are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft.
They're all like Emperor Simps, basically.
And horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home. Yet for all this thankless sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line. In the end, the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army, where individuality does not matter. They are—
Yeah, but what's their motivation? Is it just their religion? Because they're being given... like, their planet is given them as foot soldiers. In Warhammer, you either simp or you die.
merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people, people who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head-on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The age of strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could...
It's a bad day when you're getting attacked by both demons and aliens. In Warhammer, if you don't have a name, you're cooked. And with a name, you're cooked later, maybe. Yeah, even the main characters are cooked later.
Pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the
Imperial Knights.
He must be humble of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the Emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The age of strife caused these colonized worlds.
Everything alive right now is everything that built or had a resistance to the lasgun. It really is the mightiest weapon humans made. Oh, so at least their lasgun is powerful. At least.
To be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the AdMech and the nobility was beneficial. The AdMech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the AdMech themselves. The suits became more and more specialized, and their history...
Wait, but they have bad aim individually? No! They have the Stormtrooper syndrome?
Your pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains just that, a nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the Knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that?
This is literally like a space medieval Gundam, basically.
I mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like Armigers and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons, up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it, more auto.
Your answers to see all the goon you think about, that's terrible. Dude, when you're in that machine, you better remain focused and not let some of your thoughts go astray. That could be embarrassing.
Cannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grimdark settings in the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the Throne Mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular...
I'd be more worried about about you thinking about that stuff in the middle of a battle. Well, it depends what you're into.
A group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
The leaves of... I can't read the font.
The origins of what will be known as the kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers, be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories
Wait, they're gonna get AI? It's Jover for the other ones then.
deceased explorer to gather information from them. These computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known as the squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Voton, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like, actually kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own. These would be known as the Voton, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Voton still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide
so it acts exactly like ChatGPT. Cool.
an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late-stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race, made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose, because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Voton, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Voton are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade continued, humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40K in part 2. I will see you very soon. Thank you so much for watching.
My god, there was so much work put in this video. Jeez. What a deep dive. That was really good. I feel like I learned a lot. I like how the dwarves are basically black company CEOs. Oh god, my dog is barking a lot. I gotta go take out my dog. Thanks so much for the stream, guys. I'm gonna raid VTuber on Twitch. And just gonna find somebody on YouTube as well. Yeah, I think my dog needs to go out. But I'll do a stream on my Neurosama video tomorrow. So make sure to tune in. I love y'all. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Mwah, mwah. Thanks for everything, by the way. I appreciate you all. And I'm gonna go read Berserk and relax now. It's like one of the only things that are just making me feel at peace lately. Love y'all. Bye-bye.